If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 22nd of April 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Doomben. Doomben is in Queensland. This is the second most popular tracks in Queensland, and the last finishing mile is about 350 or a little more than that. The ground rating is soft today, and we've got about 8 races today here. Now about Doomben is kind of a very stable track. This track often provides about 40% on an average on the odds, and we've got 8 races today here. We will see how things happen and what we can find and navigate through. We'll see. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get a live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we've chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses or there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those situations. So we're with the first one here, and this is approximately 1100 meters, 2-year-old race. We'll take the market snapshot and see what's going on. So no scratchings. 6154. So 6 is the favorite. It is the linear. Okay. It has a solid body weight, and it is one of the challenges wherein this is 1, this is 2, this is going negative, this is also pretty much close nearby. So yeah, performance is good, all that is great, but at the same time we have these horses up here 5243, where we have nothing on those horses, and they somehow has a tactical advantage on this. So this is the first one. I'm not going to get into it, and I will not. I don't have anything to talk about in this one because everything is like that. There's nothing to talk about. The 6 is the favorite. Why? Because it is a performing horse. There's a huge amount of increment on this horse. So it has gone from 55 to a 57. That's the highest quant. It's become a linear. But having said that, the linear is on the third line through the DICR, and there are these horses which are up here, which has the tactical advantage. So we cannot pinpoint anything on these horses other than the fact that these two are the EWs. One of them has a better chance to get there, but which one? That is something that very difficult to talk about at this point of time. This one, the 5 is good. There's a fantastic jock on this, Maloney. The 2 is also good, which is also having a fantastic jock. I don't know his name. They kind of very close, absolutely identical horses. The only difference is probably in the jock. And the other difference is that the 5 is going to come from gate number 8. The 2 is going to come from gate number 3. The 4 is going to come from gate number 1. So those things will make some kind of a difference. Other than that, we don't have numbers, so we cannot figure it out. We'll see what happens in the first one, and then we'll move on from there. Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy. The first one is a 2-year-old. There is hardly anything that is available. It's all probably the best thing is to watch the first one. I'm not going to get into it. The 1 is getting into negative. The 6 is not into negative, but that's that part of the story. And then we have a lot going on up here. So they have never raced, but they're still there with a tactical advantage on 57.5. This is a 55. Gate, welcome back, Gate 2. Possible, but it's like a wild goose chase. It's like a wild goose chase. There's, I mean, there's nothing on these 3 horses, okay? These 4, actually. There's nothing on them, apart from the fact that we know the characters, who they are. The 5 is already there because of the jock. The 2 is not there, but they have the same value. They kind of are very identical horses. Yeah, it's a long shot, but that's pretty much you know, I believe it has a strong chance if it runs. If it runs, then it has a very strong chance, Gate. But you know how they are. It's a colt. The jockey doesn't know this horse. If the colt is going to behave like, nah, today is a Wednesday and I'm not going to run, then it is bad. Yes, yes, it is. It is. Gate up, a stretch. I'm out of this. Good call, Jimmy. Good call. So I'll explain a few things that happened over the weekend. since we are not doing anything and we have some time, so here is what has happened. Okay, so we'll take a look at the Randwick races now. What do we know? So when we do that, we know that is difficult. It goes into negative. And rest everybody has advantage. The 3 was the favorite. Okay. In the first one, 1400 meter, benchmark 72. So that's what we know, that this is a difficult proposition. Whenever it gets into a negative, we don't have an answer. So in order to handle that, so now what has happened is this, that we've got something called a DEP. DEP is basically depreciation. Now, this is something that we have spoken about in this channel a long time ago, and we've been calculating that. So in every track, there's a thing called drag. Okay. So how drag is basically when you have a body weight. I mean, you'll get a lot of example of drag in motor car racing, Formula One. So you'll get a lot of example of drag in car racing, which is like Formula One or something like that. So this basically is a modified version of the drag. We have the drag somewhere somewhere in the hidden columns. So what happens when there is a drag? So we kept talking about it probably in 2023 or 2024. I don't remember when, but we were talking about that there's a drag and how the drag works. So we've modified that, and now we have a thing called DEP. Okay. So what is DEP is basically it is going to show a drag. The higher it is, bad it is. It should not be higher. It needs to be on the lower side. But where? Lower where? Okay. So that's where the resistance comes in. So one side you have a drag, the other side you have a resistance. Now, if you remember, the 7 actually won. Okay, the 7 won. The result was 7, 12, 4, and 2. Okay, 7, 12, 4, and 2. That was the first result. 7, 12, 4, because that was like that. So now, if you look at what 7 was at 152 on the resistance side, a lower drag. Okay. Then it went to 12, which was a drop in class with 177, and then probably a little higher drag, but that was a drop in class. This one came in 3rd, which was like that, and 2 came in here. Now, I also had the question why this did not make it, because this was pretty high and the drag was almost negligible. So this is where things gets a little difficult. Okay, we will try to find the answers here as well. This basically is also going to work on distance. Okay, This also going to work on distance. I mean, this also is variable when the distance is more or less. If you look at the second race, so we know they were difficult. I kind of had a feeling about the 6. I tried with the 6. It did not work. What happened is the 10 got in. Okay. Why the 10 got in is because of the fact that this was a 57, 58. Here, this was lower than this. Okay. Ideally, 6 should have gotten in. But when we look at the drag, this is higher, this is lower. This is a higher in class. Okay. So the result was 10-3. 10-3 and then probably 17 out here. That was the 17 was the lowest out here. Okay. Lowest isn't like highest. Lowest is in highest. So that was the lowest resistance. Those are the higher resistance. This is the lower resistance, and then that's the drag. Okay. If we go on to number 3, race number 3, we'll see they were all difficult, but the 2 actually won. The 14 didn't. Why? They were getting a drag. This one was not getting a drag. The 8 actually got into 3rd position. Okay. The 8 actually got into 3rd position. It was 2, 3 out here, and then 8. If we go to the 4th, okay, again, here, if you look at what happened, okay, so here 10 went through. They had the same drag. They were 56. These were higher. They should have gotten in. Why they did not get in is because this was a 59. Okay. So like that, everything has been happening, and we kind of, I think, if we are a little observant of what is going on and how things are, we should be able to, even if we are not 100% right, we should be there within a ballpark. We'll see how that works. So right here, if we look at the depth, that's why I am out, because we are not able to look at the depth, and they're all out. This one probably is there on the 3rd position. This one is the favorite, but they have tactical advantage up here. So this probably is something that you should watch. The body weight is superb on this horse, which is okay, but somehow there's no leverage, which is a concern. We'll see how things work. Okay. The ground is good for right now.
40. So I think it's always a good sign, Nate, when the punters are happy to take the short odds, and that's what they're doing with Dolly Boom. So much so, the others are getting out in the market. Settle this is out to $6. Well, reasonably steady, I suppose. Ever so ready's been a real drifter. $5.50 out to wait. The rest are double figures. It looks Dolly Boom to start the day. Ben Thompson to take the ride, and the first race is due in 3 minutes.
Well done if you shopped at the $2.30. That's 3 minutes away. Doomben race number 1, where your favourite is Dolly Boom for Tony Gollan. We're going to go to Murray Bridge, though, for race number 1. Your favourite here is the 1, Galba Stacey at $2.
$8.50 about number 6, a fire for Craig Yench. Recent form has only been okay. Has drifted out as well after opening up at 480. Lost bearings number 4, 41 down to 81. Back into 51. But the money has been for the 8. Daniels Henry, 5.50 into 2.40. Does have a handy record. The straight track now with Adrian Chevalier. Galba Stacey, number 1, as being a handy short course performer for Nicole Price. He's coming to South Australia. She's at $2. $2 about the 1, $2.40 about the 8, $8 about the 6, $8.50 about the 2. Moving up for the 3rd of 9. They move up well. Our favourite from box 1, Galba Stacey at $2. Lie down. We're set to go for the 3rd. Said Galba Stacey was away fairly. Then Smith from Gas and Green a fire. Right side up, Galba Stacey is nice and close. Lost bearings. It's Daniels Henry over right side up. Galba Stacey a fire out deep. And Daniels Henry picking up towards the line. And Daniels Henry will get the prize. Wins by 2 over a fire. Galba Stacey right side up. Lost bearings. On the 3rd, we'll stand by for further confirmation. Number 8, Daniels Henry, your winner, Daniels Henry, wins the race number 3. We're going to go to 2 now for race number 1. Very well back is this Dolly Boom. $1.45 now, it's $2.30. Then into $1.65 this morning, continues to see support, and it's a very firm favourite, $1.45 for Gauntlet, and written by Emily Blank. Settled is $6.
Weather-wise in Brisbane, track's been reassessed to a good 4, by the way. Started at a soft 5 this morning, now a good 4. Rails at the 9.5 metre position. Filling the gates well. Andrew, these runners are moving in for the first race today. And this will be the shortest prize favourite of the day, Dolly Boom. I must admit, I gave Emily Lang some disservice on the National Racing Service. I said Ben Thompson was running Dolly Boom. Of course, Ben is riding Ever So Ready. He rode 5 winners here last week, Ben. That catapulted him up to the top of the Metro Jockeys Premiership. But Em's got the ride here. Emily Lang on Dolly Boom. And as we've all outlined, it's one-way traffic with the betting. Just noticing a little bit of money coming for Settle This Late, number 5. We'll describe Dolly Boom as a very well-backed favourite, but I'd have to mark Settle This as a firm second elect. Ever So Ready was the second favourite this morning. It's now on the 3rd line of betting and weak in the market. Now let's see what's happening over at the start. Most of these are in fact, Super Swayze and Run Like a Girl will be the last two to move up. Midweek racing about to get underway at Doomben. As Run Like a Girl moves in, the roughy Super Swayze is the last one up. The all clear is given from behind, and the red light switched on for the first. Brad Richardson, the starter, set to break. They look a well-behaved lot too. Should catch them any moment. Racing. Dolly Boom began very well. So too did Run Like a Girl. Speed coming from everywhere. Outshines Ever So Ready are firing up. Super Swayze not far away. Basilia settling behind that bunch as they drive into the first bend. Settle this no early speed. Third last outside on the inside was Come Sundown. And a clear last on settling down was Super Swayze. They've got just over 600 left to run. Run Like a Girl keeps it Ever So Ready. Emily Lang on Dolly Bear was happy to take the trail in third position as they approach the turn. Racing in fourth is Home Tomorrow. Over on the outside was Outshines, but Serious being your three-wide runner. Settle is near the rail, looking for room to move, looking for runs to come. Then comes Sundown and Super Swayze. Fully homeward bound by the 300 metres. And over on the inside, Run Like a Girl, taken by Ever So Ready. Dolly Boom joining that pair. Settle is all of a sudden got a run, and Berzelius down the outside. The favourite has to really get on its bike here, Dolly Boom. Berzelius went right past Dolly Boom and reached away to win. Berzelius, somewhat of an upset. Beats home. Dolly Boom, the favourite had a chance. But over the line was Home Tomorrow. Then Settle This, Run Like a Girl, Super Swayze.
Gate boom!
Come Sundown, Outshines last time in 1:5:21. Berzelius, number 2, ridden by Ange Jones for Michael Freeman. Gold by Extreme Choice. $11 chance on the QOP. Settled in the second half for the field and the swift home to victory.
2-6, I think.
Yes, and Dolly Boom, when she went up to the leaders, she was no good thing. And it was Berzelius descending at the same time and went 2 to Dolly Boom's 1. So the favourites had their colours lowered by Berzelius. Out of a mare called Secretly a sort of colt on debut for Michael Freeman. This stable are having a terrific run with their team, their satellite stable at the Gold Coast under the care of Lee. And there's another win on the board with Berzelius. And a promising win too. Gave them the start, gave them a beating. Dolly Boom second. She seemed to have a chance. Had a perfect run in transit. And we will wait for third and fourth. The time 1:5:21.
6-5.
Home in 34.99.
Favourite gets rolled there at Doomben.
No, 2-6.
Berzelius gets up for Ange Jones and Michael Freeman. Pays around the $11 quotes on all the totes. We're going to move on to Tamori, and I'll bring you through those numbers for third and fourth. It was Dolly Boom in for second, but it goes away at Berzelius, race number 1 at Doomben.
So 2. Okay. Because of the gate number, there's a thing that will happen to the gate. 2, then 6. Then I think I also saw the 9 getting in, which was there. That happened. And then 5, I think. 2, 6, 9, and 5. I think that's the result. We'll go to the next 2. No scratching. 8, 7, 2, 3. So now what generally this means, okay? So that is the lowest, okay? Which means what? Which means this one, okay? Which probably was going on negative. But here it is not going on negative. It is starting from there, okay? So that's the highest con, which essentially means that this is a very good horse. Okay. So now what we generally do, we generally avoid when that is the lowest. Okay. We generally avoid when that is the lowest. Now, that is one way of looking at it. And what does that mean? That generally means this, that when the con is on the highest, this essentially is one of the best horses. Okay? This essentially is one of the best horses. But with being best becomes the problem of the competition, which is on the lower side, people will have tactical advantage, and horses with tactical advantage will go through. So here, that is the one probably which is on that ground. Okay. So that becomes the horse to beat. Okay. That becomes the horse to beat, which essentially means that this is in the game. But how? So now we'll take a look at that. So if we look through that, then that is the lowest, then comes 8, then comes 7 and 3 and 2, and all that is happening. But when we look through the depth and do that, 7 goes higher. That means the depth is kind of in a kind of a position where this is going to lose out on gas, which is like that. This is a 56. This is a 56 with a higher depth, bad scene. 6 is probably there with the game. Now the 8 is the favorite. Now if we look at the scene, so what is happening here is that we need to have a higher number on the resistance side and a lower number on the depth side. Okay. Which here is the opposite because this is all negative. So a negative 98 is a higher number. These are lower numbers. Okay. So 8 is the favorite. Now 8 and 2 probably has the same depth. But if we look at the resistance, then this is much, much higher. Higher as in lower. Okay. This is how it is. The 2 is standing here. Okay. Through the resistance side, it is here. Then obviously these horses, they come in, but they have never raced. I mean, they did not do anything in last few races. 6 races, nothing. 4 races, no gate speed. 5 races, no gate speed. All those horses are there. Then the 5 is here with some sort of quant which has been given to this. So ideally, if we look at the 8 and 7 and 3 and 2, so this is a 53, then it becomes a 58, which goes higher here. Okay, this goes higher. This goes higher. 6 is on the borderline. 8 is below that. 2 is a drop in class. If we look at the resistance of these two horses, this is better. They have almost the same depreciation. So ideally it should be 2. How it should play now. This is the first one. We'll see how things play. But I think 2 has a fair chance. We'll see how that works. This is 430, 431, 5 here, 54. 56 supposed to go higher. 6. And the 1 we don't know. The 1 is there probably in some form because that also has tactical advantage, but it has never raced, and we don't know how that thing is going to work. So that's a 58.5, which goes higher than these two. These two are 58 and starts from 58.5. Okay, so that means this is evaluated at a much better position. We'll see how that works. Probably 253 is the favorite. The 8 is the favorite. Okay. This is a very curious one. I don't understand what this horse is, because through the weight it is challenging, okay, but it has not done anything in the last 5 races. Through the assignment it is challenging, and that's the lowest challenge, but it has not done anything in the last 5, so there's nothing to talk about that horse. And this one has got 23 races and still a maiden. It deserves an Oscar. So that's that. Gate, I'll put up your name. That was a brilliant one, Gate. By the way, Doomben provides about 40% on the odds, okay? Doomben provides about 40% on the odds. So that is also a fact. That is also a fact. Okay. Now, what is the problem with the 2? Let us also understand that it's going to be a 1700 meter. This thing is going to come from gate number 10, which is not an easy task. It has the advantage on the one side, and the gate is definitely a problem on the other side. So we'll see how that works. Yeah. Thank you for noticing. I I noticed it the moment you said that. That was a brilliant one, Gate. Okay, that's 2, 6, 4, and 5. 2, 6, 4, and 5. 4 and 5. 2, 6, 4, and 5. 2, 6, 4, and 5. The 9 did not get it. Sorry. 4 and 5. Two and the 3 for coffee, Jimmy. 2 and the 3 for the coffee. This one, we'll see how that works, okay? Because today, now here is a food for thought, okay? So what we are successfully able to identify is which one is not going to win. All right, that's the lay that we are able to identify most of the time, okay? Now, which also means that that's one of the best horses, okay? Which also means that it is one of the best horses, and that's what I go against. That even if it is one of the best horses, it has gone negative, it will not win. So, in that case, this becomes a checkpoint. Okay, this becomes a checkpoint for the races. We will keep an eye how this thing gets placed, because through this, what we are able to identify is the level of competition, which means if the con is on the higher side, this is going, the resistance is also going to show be on the lower side. So if the con is higher, that means it is a good horse. But when it is not within the odds, because generally whenever it is going negative, we automatically know that this is a good horse, but the odds are going to be on this, wherein it'll play something different from the advantage side. But when the odds are not on this, what happens then? The feed that I have is pathetic, bro. It is at least 40 seconds delayed, if not more. If not more, it is about 40 seconds delayed. And it is so small that I can't even get a proper look.
Galactic last time armchair ride for John McNeil, and it is Marset. It was almost like a barrier trial for it in the final 100 metres. Marset number 8 the winner, 8.62 and 3. 8.62 and 3. Baradero second, Lucky Nindorf for the Shepherdson Yard here at Geelong. That was a nice debut. He gave Vocal J. And number 2, Harry Delad, Jamie Mott for Tom Davenant ahead of number 3, Misty Whisper.
Number 8, Marset, $110.04, Jay McNeil. Number 6, Baradero, and 2, Harry the Lad. Baradero will return $6. There will be an extra dividend for number 2, Harry the Lad. Drivers just a minute away, Doomben in 4, Capalaba. Are you betting there this afternoon? Well, race number 3 is coming up. And 6 Man on Fire is $3.20. It's in from $6 with 8 clean engines at $3.40. Number 7, Like You for $6. Anytime. Murray Bridge race 5 and 8 minutes. Then go to Murray Bridge for race number 2 at the Gauntlet. That was the Greys and Charles. Underway at the moment. We've got Holland at the Greyhounds, and at the Gauntlet. Up to Ireland, and there's the start of the running off race number 2.
Monster. 24.57. The third went to Websol for 9 Elton 24.12. Race 4 to Scotch Fever for Kane Bullis. The fifth on the time to Special Aid for Daniel Smith. Race 6 Degree Control for Kate. And Kakoa bring up a doubles. Race 7 to My Name's Steve, brought up a doubles for the Wheel and Kettle. Race 8 to Dr. Hopper. The Jennifer Bill. And the ninth race on the cusp wins down the system. So Dr. Green has been successful in the previous two races on the cusp and takes money from Dr. Wills. Shows some choices to this greyhound. There's box number 5, making box to the outside. Race number 10 on the game, they're going around the 350 metre box. I'm going to stick with the speed 10. It's 10 to line, I think it's 20 penny. And I just felt that it wasn't such a like at all. He's going to sit one of these, and it might be just some strides forward out there, and if he can slot it. So that'll certainly help, but I'm sure it's not one poorly signed. Secret Finkel.
I said the same numbers. My only difference I put Bob Perignon in the mix, but I tried to give him a time of Secret Finkel down the Gold Coast. I don't think a mile first up will be any problem at all for him, but I think we've covered it. Big Tech was pretty much to a good thing beat last start, just a victim at Ipswich, knocked up on the fence and just couldn't get out at any time. So
8, 7 and 9 there from Bernie as we head now to Murray Bridge before the running of race number 2 at the Gallops.
Okay, favourite here, Quillen, number 12. It's been well found here, 240 into 210. It's clearly the favourite. Camberwheel Girl, number 10 is the only other chance according to the market at $2.80. It's also in from $3.60. So the 12 and the 10 are clearly the two. Vananetti and Mr. Kimball on the next lines are betting at $11. But punters feel this is a race between the two of them, the two favourites here. I've sort of it the same way. 10 Camberwheel Girl to win. Barrier number 1 should be hard to beat. Race 2, they're heading out.
Back to you soon. Thank you, Tim. And they're also arriving at the barrier now for Doomben race number 2 this afternoon. We've got Murray Bridge Greyhounds coming our way in 5 minutes. And at Doomben, 7 Swing State at 270 is the well-backed favourite.
Yes, Swing State the favourite. The favourite went over in the first race. Dolly Boom was well on the red, but Basilius gave it a cold, but it went by. It was impressive too, Basilius. Lee Freeman speaking on behalf of his brother Michael, saying post-race the Ken Russell Classic will be the next assignment for Basilius. But he was impressive in that first race. So punters off to a somewhat sticky start. A minor upset with Basilius. The time, by the way, was 1:5:09. This race here, now the Freeman stable looking to go back-to-back with Swing State in terms of they won the first race and they've got the $2.80 favourite here. He's been well backed. Has only had the 4 starts. First run in South East Queensland with an Eagle Farm a fortnight ago. Thought he had his chance there. The margin was nearly 4 lengths, so I would have liked to have seen him do a little more. He was soft in the betting that day, but it's a different story today. He's got the run under his belt. He's got the good gate, the good jockey, the good apprentice of McMurray, and the punters are all over it. Different story today betting-wise. Z is at $3.60, and they're happy to gamble with it now, late in the betting. She has had 13 goes for 5 minor placings. She should have won a 8 by now, but you know, this is the sort of race where she can be effective in. And she's also got a good gate and should roll forward. Crypto Magic number 3 ran over the 2,040 here last week. He's on the 7-day backup, and he's back to the 1,600 metres or 1,650. Whether that suits him is another matter. But he's always been steady around the 750. The one I like, I know Maxie likes him as well, Big Tech, but you can't write his name from a betting point of view out to $8.50. I was happy with Maloney's booking. I thought he had an each-way chance. I'll stay with him as they start to line up. But I would have liked to have seen a bit more confidence in the market. Now, just ahead of him, by the way, is Secret Finkel, number 6 at $7.50. He's holding his place in the market, but hasn't run since mid-December. So a task first up as they load up for race 2. 1,650 metres is the exact distance with the rail position today at 9.5 metres. 260 now, Swing State, 370 Zuya, 750 Crypto Magic and Secret Figure. Let's into 7 now, so he keeps tripping up late. There's a bit of a dip there, and Big Tech, as we mentioned, $8.50. So eyes over to the start. Bomberion goes up, so still Zuya, Hopeton Park, Hawkwood and Big Tech to move up. 4 runners to complete the loading process. Swing State's ready to go, stands up well with Crypto Magic and Western Lights. Secret Fenkle, Attestation. Bomberion, now Hawkwood and Zuya joined them. Hopeton Park and Big Tech will be the last one up. So just about ready to see them get underway in the second. Let's have a last look at the board. 7 Swing State, 260, a well-backed favourite. 8 Zuya, an easy second elected, 370. 3 Crypto Magic, firm at 7. 6 Secret Fenkle, firming to 7. 2 Big Tech out to 850. All in, and they're racing now. Favourite Swing State began well, not quite as well as Western Lights and Zuya. Big Tech's going forward, although I think Maloney's in 2 minds now whether to press on or go back. He's right out in the cheap seats. Up there as well was Secret Fenkle as they drive to the first bend. In that bunch as well, Bomberion. Drifting back Crypto Magic with Hawkwood and Hopeton Park as last. That's the first call. Let's see if they've sorted themselves out. McBride was able to drive right along the inside on Swing State and leads from Zuya. So the tip big guns of the market settled 1-2 in the run. Western Lights, who jumped first back to third, and Secret Fenkle found the rail in fourth. Bomberion fifth, the outer. Then came Attestation on the inside, Crypto Magic. The alley hasn't been kind to Big Tech. He's planted there in the second half of the field. 3 wide exposed, so things not going his way. With Hawkwood and Hopeton Park second last and last, 6 off the lead. They've moved off the back and run to the side. They've got 700 left to run, and Swing State, well back to win this race, is controlling the tempo. 3 quarters to Zuya, 3 wide now, Bomberion launching on the scene. Fourth around, Secret Fiddle's getting a good run. Western Lights the centre, Big Tech 3 wide. He's got cover, but he's used petrol. Then Crypto Magic, Attestation dropping away, passed by Hopeton Park and Hawkwood, making heavy weather on it at the tail. Swing State's doing it well into the straight, 300 left to run. Secret Fiddle gets out of good enough. Crypto Magic pinching inside runs. Zuya's just about run its race. Swing State, how much gas in the tank? Crypto Magic in him at the inside, not much room there, but running on, and so is Secret Fiddle. Favourite's gone now. Secret Fiddle the outside, Crypto Magic the inside. Crypto Magic beat Secret Fiddle. Swing State third.
3.
Big Tech ran fourth. Then Zuya, followed by Western Lights. Hopeton Park, Bomberion at that station was last home in 140.3. We've got a riderless one in the straight. It was at Hawkwood. Hawkwood's jockey has been dislodged. The horse just going past the winning post now.
3-8.
So it's Crypto Magic.
3-8.
On the inside, Ben Osmond for Bruce Brown. Bruce backing him up after last Wednesday rather. And coming back in distance, but nice rubber, Ben. Put him on the fence and never went around a horse. There wasn't a lot of room there in the straight, but he just kept
3-6-7-2.
and he's got the bob in.
Yes.
Secret Finkle, who had a good run. Good effort considering he was first up since mid-December, and Swing State, the favourite, had its chance in third. Big Tech in fourth. Ali was a minus for him. He was wide all the way. He's done pretty well to run fourth, it's turned out. So the unit result of race 2 will be 3, 6, 7 and 3, 6, 7 and 2. Or shortly after race 2 at Doomben.
And number 3, Crypto.
So what happened? So what happened? 3, then the 6. Okay, 3. Why the 2 did not get there? Because the 2 was from gate number 10. That was a little too much. The 2 was from gate number 10. It couldn't do anything. But here is the part which is the 6, the best horse, all right? That's the one to beat. Now then comes the tactical advantage, where this one was from gate number 10 with that load value, and then here was the 3. Okay, this one got into negative. That did not happen. 3, 6, 7, which was on the highest depreciation, but a very good form line. 3, 6, 7, and 2. All right, that happened. We'll go to the next. Jimmy, bro. We'll go to the next 3. Huge scratching. 2, 8, 9, 12, and 13. 2, 8, 9, 12, and 13, all scratched. 1, 4, 5, 3. Yeah, so the one is the favorite. One basically is the same horse as this one. Okay, so that thing is the horse to beat. The one is the one which is the horse to beat. So definitely in that case, if we look at these two, this one has a lot of advantage, the 3. Okay, that's that part of the story. But that's a 57.5. That is within the odds. Okay, the one no doubt is the horse, which is this one, the 6, which is the horse to beat. Now that's the second one, which is here. Definitely tactically 3 has better chances, but they're kind of neck to neck. Okay, these two horses are kind of neck to neck. The 13 goes up like this one, so that is a form line which is gone up, which is there probably. And then the 4 is a 56, okay, with 269. What is making some noise here is this one, which is there on this. These two are fighting each other. Okay, these two are fighting each other. This is a 57 with some stuff going on, and now Maloney gets it from gate number 1. Now, the upsides and the downsides of this. The downside is it is not a great horse. Okay. It is not a great horse. So what we generally do, I mean, what exactly is what is that we kind of try to negotiate with here in this channel. So my take is this, that it's a competition, okay? And if it is a competition, then there has to be a way of understanding how the competition is led. As in, is it an apple with an apple, or is it an apple with an orange? You cannot compare those two horses. If it is an apple with an apple, then we compare, okay? But apple with an orange, you can't. So now, what basically we try to do is, when we look at the horses, we try to define them into different fruits. Like the green ones, that's a fruit, then this is a fruit, that's a fruit, this is a fruit. They are all fruits, okay? Now, if they are fruits, in that case, we look at where the advantage and the disadvantage is. So, like in this particular fruit, that's the highest level of competition, okay? That's a 57. The next in line is 3, which is also right. Then comes these two gentlemen who are there, which is, according to the maths, that's how things are, okay? That's the level of competition. So this is the highest, then it starts dropping. So when the competition drops and you have the same fruit as this one, that's exactly what we try and figure out. Where are the chances? If they are all the same and the competition is high here and the competition is low here, that's what we try to locate. Now the 4 is on a higher side, the 6 is on a lower side, okay? They are like on the higher side through the depreciation. So that's good. But these 3 horses are at the same juncture. The thing is, when we look at the advantage, that advantage also happens because the horses that are very good in performance, I mean, the more you go higher in your performance, the competition becomes stronger. That is what the fact is. More you go higher up in the performance, if you're performing fantastic and you're doing all that good things, then your competition, the level of competition goes higher. And everybody else below you has an advantage or disadvantage. Now, how much advantage do you have to win, and how much disadvantage do you have for others to win? So that's the fact. Now, they all are in the same category, all right? They're the same. This one is a drop in class, but then this is the third line, okay? Out of which here, they are like given the same graduations. This is 2.5, this is 1.5. This is a stair. It did not move from there, but has more advantage. If we look at the depreciation, it is also so the higher depreciation is definitely bad, but that also has to be looked up with the resistance. So this is a resistance, this is a resistance, this is there. So I'm not going to get into this. This one is a little. I mean, I just took a hit on this too. So I'll take a little breather and try to understand how the track is playing. But that 6 is a check, and we can see how that is a check. Okay. So now, why I am not getting into it even after those numbers? That is because of the fact that, somehow it is lacking here in this particular position. So for me, I don't look for a complete green line. That is a red light for me. If everything is looking good on something, that's not good. What I look for is basically where the advantage lies. The advantage is here on 6. Definitely, out of these 3 horses, the advantage is on 6. But that also means that it is not a great horse. I would have liked it a little better if this number 17 would have been a little higher, which is not. So that's the reason, I kind of, if we look through the CR that comes here, this one is that there's a 10, so they go up higher, and then the 6 comes here. So it has advantage on one side, and it has been a bad horse on the other side. So 2 things hand in hand. But today, Maloney is going to be riding this, and that's where the advantage lies. We will see how that works. I might get into an EW on this, but we'll see how things work. Okay. The 10, which is the AW here, has gone up here, up above. So that becomes, it's a 53, so the depreciation is high. Here it'll be on a lower side, the 6. And then it all goes down. Okay. So like here, these 2 horses are there. Okay. Like here, these 2 horses are there. But what will happen there is also something that we will figure out. Actually, I was not expecting so many negative numbers here, but we got to deal with it. The 14 and the 11 is there. If that's that. So somehow the 11 probably is, as a low pressure, will get in from somewhere. But that's also a low pressure. So if it goes like low, high, then let's see. So many low pressure horses at the same time. Yeah, I know you had 3. No, Jimmy, that's a bad idea. No. You knew the risk on that horse, Jimmy. You knew the risk on that horse. Never be greedy. The moment you start becoming greedy, that's when you lose the track. The moment you start becoming greedy, you lose the track. Don't be greedy. You're good. You do a fantastic job on everything that you do, but we'll see how this thing works. The 1 is on the pressure line. That's ideally the best horse. So that's the one which needs to be beaten. Now, which one has the advantage? Whether it is 3. 3 is next in line, which is also right. 4 is a 56, which is there. But it is going on depreciation, so that's on the 3rd line. Probably will get on 4th somewhere, but Things can go crazy. Everything is on a low pressure model, on a 1350. Yeah, so that's reasonable, Jimmy. But you said I wish I did more. That's something what I highlighted. If you're within your means, it's okay. But just because the results that you predicted matched doesn't mean that you go all out, all guns blazing. No, that's a bad idea. You are here to lose, so keep that in mind. The house wins. You are trying to beat the house, so you're here to lose. The house will not leave you alone. It yes. So as long as you remember that you are here to lose, then you will have no clouds in thinking. So whatever you're doing, you're about to lose. If you keep that in mind, then you probably start improving. I'm not going to be in this pass. Needed a little better. This doesn't give me a comfort, but it has advantage. The problem is the 90% of the market believes that the performance is going to make a horse win. But that's just one side of the story. The other side is that the performance has got nothing to do with it. The performance has got nothing to do with it. The performance is pretty vague. And also Maloney kind of lost the first two races. I don't know how is he doing today. Maloney is good, but he lost the first two. So the first one I understand was a wide gate. The second one was also a wide gate. Very wide gate. Both of those races were wide gates. Okay, this is where Maloney was in the first one, the gate number 8. The second one, this is where he was on the gate number 10. This time he has the gate number 1. If he loses this one, then we have to think before we get on with Maloney today. But then, you know, the problem is this horse is also questionable, quite questionable. But that's his job today.
So expected to bounce back from that unfortunate incident at Winnie Park last start. But Pelpanese, just the favourite, $2.25, flash on by 2.30 as they're getting set now. Tomorrow race 5. Pelpanese and Flash on By are the favourites ahead of the Drifting Scrutinizer. There's a little bit of support for Tamora Terra with Havoc to the outside of the field. The last of them are locked in. The bunny is set into motion. We're ready to go. Tomorrow race number 5. The favourite Pelpanese from the blue. The middle, they're set. Ready, racing, getting out brilliantly out of the way. Tamora Terra is going to find, dart across and find the front. Going with it was Havoc 2. They got clear there of Scrutinised back on the inside. And these two favourites, Flash on By and Pelpanese, are out the back. Down the back, and Tamora Terra on the lead in front by 2 or 3. Scrutinised holding down second, working around the outside. Havoc 2, Pelpanese has got to get going. And there's no Flash on By. It's still Tamora Terra in front. A couple of Scrutinised now. Pelpanese sneaks up on the inside. Set sail out after the leaders. Tamora Terra in front. Pelpanese coming out on the inside, but Tamora Terra too strong. Tamora Terra beat Pelpanese. Third in it was Havoc 2, a good run. They got a long way clear of Flash on By and Scrutinised came in at the
11.
547 tomorrow. Tomorrow Terra, the 5, 6, 10, 250 for Peloponnese and 7 Havoc 2. 1 special from Michael here at Doomben, Woodrow, and Bernie's with the 1 as well as we go to Murray Bridge before the 3rd.
Yes, I'm sitting out here for the 3rd. Favourite is
Maybe Dow's. But you know what it is. It has got 2 races. It has got nothing. Okay. But the good thing is the advantage over the 14. So if you look at that, that's the lowest competition level between these 2 horses. So there's a hope on 11. Yes. There's a hope on 11. You're right to figure it out, Dows. Dows, welcome back, Dows. Even I was looking at that 11, but this one I'm going to just watch. That's an EW. Dows.
It's 155, Woodrow, so punters are happy to take the short odds. That's for sure and certain. 3 the Aviator and 5 Blue White Blue at 750 and 4 Saturday still.
J-Mac.
One cent Saturday still, but we're probably saving it for fair while. Start 18.
I don't know what to say, but J-Mac generally does justice if he has the right opening and the right horses. I mean, you can't take it from him. He's the top Group 1 jockey, so that's that. But he, you know, the higher you go up, you become lazy. That's the game. And the CEO of the company is always not lazy, but he's the one who's looking for others to help or assist. So the moment that attitude comes in, that I'm the CEO, but I'm not going to work, then it becomes a problem.
was just poking up in turn. The Aviator was just poking up as well. But he'll come across now, Woodrow, take the clear-cut lead at the 800 metres. Moves out to lead by 2 lengths. The Lights will guide in second. Blue, White, Blue went to third. Fourth around the Aviator. The next game, Rainbow River outside of Delicious Derek. Followed by Calabia King, Saturday's Girl, second master fence, and Floating with Fire with them in. Short of 600 left to run, a comfortable 46.14 for the first 750 metres. And Woodrow's been given every chance in front. The odds-on favourite comes to the turn leading. From Lights Will Guide, third the Aviator, then Blue, White, Blue. Calabia King trying to make ground off the track and running on reasonably well with Saturday's Girl. Woodrow's in full flight, 250 left to run. Leads the way from Lights Will Guide. Drainage over the Aviator, trying to make guide away from the fence and run on. Woodrow's lead, 100 to go. Leads by a lead from the Aviator, then Lights Will Guide. It's Woodrow in front. He'll get home, Woodrow, by about half a length to the Aviator. Third over the line was Lights Will Guide. Saturday's Girl fourth. Then a lineup of Delicious Derek, Floating with Fire, Blue, White, Blue, and Calabia King. They're travelling home at Rainbow Glitter. Woodrow, not a big margin, about a half length from the judge called a halt, but a margin nevertheless. The favourite salutes. Ben Osmond running for
1-1-1.
Nixel. Breaks through at start 6. Picking up the Aviator, who would have made single of 3 second. Daniel Wolf, Chris Anderson came off the heels of Woodrow and chased gamely, but not quite good enough. Lights Will Guide, always on speed third on a 10. Emily Lang for Michael Lakey. And Saturday's Girl running on, but always running on as well in fourth position, number 4. So the interim result of race 3 at Doomben is 1, 3, 10 and 4. Woodrow well back to the short odds, leads all the way.
1, 3, 10 and 4.
Woodrow with 3 the Aviator 160, 10 Lights Will Guide 380, and number 4, which is Saturday's Girl.
Last, yes. 1, 3. So they were the right odds. 1 and 3. Then 10 and 4. 10. And 4. The 11 did not make it. The 10 went through. That happened. Go to the next. Eight and 12 has been scratched. 6293. So, before we talk about this, I'll pull up the 2000 meter which happened at Randwick. Okay. This is the 2000 meter group 3. This was a group 3. Okay. The result was 1, 2, and 7. Okay, the 1 won. Now those were all struggling. If we look through the depreciation, it started with the lowest. Okay. One was here, 2 was here, and then 3 was here. But when we look at the depreciation, then that is how it is. Where was the 7? The 7 was here. Okay. So that's the lowest competition level from 56, and the 1 went through. Okay. The odds probably was 1 and 4. We went with 1. I went with 1, and we got that. Okay. But we did not get the 2 or the 7. Now, if we look at what happened is through the depreciation, that was the 1. Okay. And that's where it is. If we look here, then 3 was here. Okay. That was very good doing, but that was 58. The odds probably was 1 and 4. 1, 4, and something. So that's what I need you to understand, that it basically started here. Okay. It basically started here. The highest from the lowest. Okay, the highest from the lowest in the depreciation on a 2000 meter. That is how it played. So if we look at that, now we look at that, and we look at that, so that's 6. Okay, which is the favorite. After the 1, which is the lowest, then it is 12, which is here, but it is on a higher side. If we do that, then the 10 comes up. This is where it starts. This is where it starts. Okay, that's a 53. EW anyway. 10 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the odds. Came in 8th 3 weeks ago. So that's where it starts. Okay. Now, if we look at these two horses, they are all coming from wider gates, 10, 11. Okay. Gate number 10, this is gate number 11. What is the difference? This is a 58.5 with a drop in class. This is a 53, which is challenging, probably the highest. Okay, that's the highest challenger. If we look at that, then 10 is here. 10 is challenging the highest. So these horses which are up here, they have lower competition. This one has a higher competition. From 53, it has become 56. But when we do that, it comes up here. Now, what is the general theory of this? What is the general theory of a 2000 meters? Up till 2000 meters, the linears, they will win, provided they kind of are in a position to deliver. But here, if we look at the advantage also on the 9, which is gate number 12, is 110. This one is 135. Right below is this one, which is at 60, 152. Can it do something? Maybe that's a drop in class, maybe. Okay. But that 10 is somehow talking. And if that's a 60, then we have a 60 here also. But that's bigger advantage. That's bigger advantage. So the question is whether we talk about the highest up in class or a drop in class. Both are possible. This is difficult. This is easier. That's that. This is already into stress level. We know that's the horse to beat. 6 is the favorite, which is a 58. Advantage is with these two horses. This is the one which is challenging. This is the one which is drop in class. Both are possible. And this one is a higher drop in class. This is 110, but here it is. The advantage is more on this 5-year-old gelding. We'll see how that works, but 10 is a check. We'll see if that 10 goes through anywhere. Okay. Doomben gives 40% on odds, okay? Approximately. 9. Yeah, the 9. The 9 is a scary one. You have reasons to be scared. So that's that part of the story which is there. That's actually tackling the 6, okay? That's actually tackling the 6. But the point is this, the 9 is a very bad match, and it is from gate number 12. We'll see. I mean, see, honestly speaking, gate, the thing is, we are in a midweek market, okay? So today, basically, my agenda is very simple. I want to check how they're getting placed before Saturday. We have Flemington, and we'll see how those things are working. Okay. So, but the thing is, what probably is happening here, I think, if you look at the 3, okay, the 3 is definitely is in trouble from a lot of ways. Why? Because that's a 58, which is getting into stress. Not stress, but yes, that's the one to beat. All right, that's a 58 one to beat. Here is a 58, which is also there within the odds, with a lot of relaxation. And if that's the same quant, then the lower load value, that's where the 2 gets in. So probably 3 is in a position which is difficult. and somehow it is all on the wider gates. Okay, that is 6, which is gate number 10. The one that I like is gate number 11. 9 is gate number 12. So we'll see how the pressure from those gates play, because none of them actually actually is enough. None of them is actually enough. The one which is I mean, that from, I mean, what generally we have seen is, I'll pull up those races. We need a negative 30 and above. All right, a negative 30 and above from at least a 350 meter straight for 350 meter straight track from gate number 10 and 11. If the track is a minimum 350 meters straight and the horse is from gate number 10, 11, we need minimum 30 here. So if we are able to beat this from here, okay, then I will remove these columns, you know, because they take a lot of place and it becomes difficult. So we will have just the pressure line and the resistance and depreciation with others, whatever we have. But these form lines, they are very, very confusing, because form has got nothing to do with it. 6, 5, 10, 9, and 13. Six, 5, 10, 9, and 13. Yeah, that's the thing, but we need to find where it is working. So like these two horses which you are looking at, that's a 152 drop in class, same depreciation. Here it is becoming advantage challenger. Okay, so that's the ball game here. But let's see, that is trouble. That is okay. Yeah, it's better to stay out. It's better to stay out. This thing, I mean, honestly speaking, the 3 definitely is in trouble. Okay, the 3 is in trouble. The 6 is equally in trouble. I think so. And then God knows how it'll work. No, it played exactly that. Okay, it played exactly that in Randwick. It played exactly that. In Randwick, it played exactly that. We'll see. I mean, these are midweek races, Gate. So, you know, just practice before Jimmy says 3, 6, 7, and 10. 3, 6, 7, and 10. 3, 6, 7, and 10. Yeah, so that's what happened here. Okay, so they were the best horses. So they were the best horses. So you are talking about the best horses. That's great. Values under here, I mean, see, the point is right. I mean, there's no doubt, Jimmy. So that's the best horse, okay? 3 is the best horse. That's the one to beat. Now, why will it not win and then take chances? Why will it not win? It is the best horse. So here, the best one won, okay? Why will it not win here?
Angle Park, our second biggest night of the year. At Angle Park, we had the $115,000 anniversary cup, and also the SA Distance Championship final. So a big night of racing, anniversary cup night tomorrow night at Angle Park. We are just about right. Race 8, $1.80, number 1, Slick Angel.
They're talking about some different track.
He heads towards the start.
I love the faith your top pick. We own a Redwood. We might be able to get his face back on headshot number 3. He's got the most gorgeous sort of Roman nose. I love those faces on horses. I feel like they're full of character. There he is. How gorgeous is he?
He's walking around, isn't he?
He's gorgeous. Yeah. Okay, but I got him in the mix. I got him third. I'm going to play a roughie in this race, which is proposed around that $21 mark. Who I thought ran a super race last time over the 1800, and I think this 2,000 metre race with the good tempo should really suit her here today.
11 a special, 639 there, Bernie. That's her value special of today as we head to Murray Bridge before race 4.
Race number 4 coming up here shortly at Murray Bridge. They're just in the yard. There's been a few little moves in this. Streetly Blue still the favourite at 3.10 number 2. $4.80 for number 12 Fierce Kiwi. It's in from $16. It's been a good move for 12. 4 Let It Ride at $5.50. We've also got Taj War number 8 at $6.50. Down the bottom 13 Goodwin Guru at $6. Another wide open race. Best back clearly Fierce Kiwi. Number 12, drawn off the track a little bit here, but trained locally. I've gone the 4 Let It Ride at around that $5 price. Think he'll get a good run from the gate here, Let It Ride. I've got him on top, but I have the 12 Fierce Kiwi as the second selection, and she's clearly been the best backed here for race number 4.
We've got 5 minutes until tomorrow as well, and that is race number 7 of the afternoon. 1 Dancing Back, 180, 5 in from 215, with 6 Our Chance, $6, 8 Destiny Our Girl, 6, 850 for 9, Swift Silas, Andrew likes 8 Destiny Our Girl. Behind the barrier now, a Doomben for race 4.
Shortly for the 4th. Galway Flyer now has a 3 in front of its price, $3.10. So just a little gamble, got down as short as $2.80. Back to $3.10 for Galway Flyer. Coming out of the last start, Track and Trip win. I'd have to say it's the best back runner, but there are 5 other runners at single figures from the top down.
Not bad, Jimmy.
Redwood. They're trimming it up down to $7.50.
Not bad, Jimmy.
$9.50. 9 Edition at 6 and 10 Fashion Line $8.50. So the story of this race is it's an even field, which you expect for a benchmark 68 on a Wednesday. But the Galway Flyer is ahead of the others in the market, clearly ahead of the others on that last start Track and Trip win. But the Ellie's no luxury. Barrier 9 in a field of 11. Just where does it get to? Where does it map? We'll know very soon because they're about to move in. I thought we had a Redwood had a good each-way chance here in a steady field with a good gate and a good jockey. I thought the run at Eagle Farm last time out was good enough to give it a top 40 chance here. Number 3, we own a Redwood. $3.20 now for Galway Flyer. 3 races down. Woodrow Wilson won the previous race. Ben Osmond riding, a very tall apprentice. Handled the favourite well for trainer Chris Lees. The second one by Crypto Magic. Ben rode in for Bruce Brown, and the first went to Basilius and Jones in the saddle for Michael Freeman. That's the story so far. Of course, good racing on Saturday at Eagle Farm. A 9-event card, 4 listed races running a week away from the carnival. That kicks off the following Saturday at the Farmers. Well, good meeting this Saturday. We'll learn a lot as we look towards the next few months. Now, these runners are loading well for the 4th today. In fact, most of them are in. Addition will be the last one to come up. So we're just about set. Addition goes to its position. Started today is Brandon Richardson, and he turns on the red light, picks up the button, ready to break. Reggie's probably a little unsettled in the centre of the field. He's keen to get on with it. Pico Rock's red. They draw alongside of each other. Now they stand up in the desired manner. And they're racing. In the end, though, we have Jim at the start. Pico Rocks and Mr. Clearly was last out. Let's look for who's going to lead in the early stages. Del Rico, we had a Redwood a problem with watermelon those pink colours. Reggie's Folly driving through. June and Dominion Kieran not far away. And proposes about 7th of the judge with a lap to go. Galway Flyers now got into a good spot, one off the fence. So that's the first obstacle overcome, the awkward alley. It's on the outside of Addition. Then Fashionable and Pico Rocks after the clumsy start. It settles in last. They work up the side, around 1,500 left to run. We had a Redwood and Jack Guth Manchester in the saddle lead. Watermelon has a crack on the outside for the front, and Garth Manchester happy to surrender the lead and allow Watermelon to go on by. Reggie's following third, fourth around Del Rico, on away June and a handy fifth one off the fence. A length for Minion Kieran, 3/4 proposed, 2 to addition, inside of Galway Flyer, the favourite is third last, about 7 off the lead, with Fashionable and Pico Rocks the last pair. They work along the back straight with 1100 left to run, and Watermelon steadies the ship in front, leads from Reggie's Folly. Leona Redwood has enjoyed the boxy trail in third as they approach the next bend with just over 800 left to run. June's also been in a good position. Del Rico next inside of proposed. No change to the order. Vermilion Kieran lead covered by Galway Flyer. 5 off the lead with 700 left to run. Addition near the rail, then Fashionable. And Bigger Rocks has always been last. Travelling towards the 600 metres and the leader still Watermelon. Then from Reggie's Folly in second. We had a Redwood third. Just need some room to move now. June's had a good run from the get-go. Then came Galway Fly. Here's the favourite, making a move 3 and 4 wide as Watermelon tried to pitch a break. Sticking to the rail, Del Rico, then Proposed for Minion Kieran. A long way back was Addition. Then Fashionable and Pico Rocks. The sprint is on. And Watermelon giving some cheek out of the lead. Shows out from June going full bore. So too we own a Redwood. Galway Flyer. Knuckling down well, then Del Rico. Watermelon now being tackled in earnest by Galway Flyer. June there just behind them. Fashionable running on. Galway Flyer takes the lead. Favourite home. Galway Flyer from Watermelon, June, and Fashionable out wide. Then came Leona Redwood, followed by Del Rico, Vermilion Kieran, then Addition, Proposed, Pico Rocks, and Reggie's Folly last over the line.
Number 6, Galway Flyer, 3:10:170, Damien Thornton. It's a photo board, the minor end of the prize. We've got tomorrow, race number 7 about to box away. Murray Bridge, race 4 and 3. At the queue for race number 2, the favourite is 1 Major Swing 220 with 8 May Moo 550. The number 6 Immovable 4, 6 and 650 for number 3 Wakari Bella. Jared likes 1 Major Swing. They're about to box away tomorrow. At Murray Bridge or Clear,
Another favourite.
478 on the Greyhounds, and we'll have full numbers confirmed in a moment after Doomben.
Mac is firming all the time. $1.45 now, Darcy Mac. $1.45, Darcy Mac, as they are behind the boxes and will be called over any moment here for tomorrow race 7, the Peter Ace McDonald Memorial Final. Darcy Mac, the $1.45 favourite. I thought Destiny's Our Girl was a chance out wide, and the others pretty long odds. So plenty of value if you like something outside of the favourite too. Darcy Mac, the $1.45 favourite here, and they are behind the boxes and will be brought forward any moment here for tomorrow race 7, and we'll see them loaded away very shortly. $1.45 Darcy Mac.
10 came in third, I think.
And the inside draw, those two factors, and obviously Darcy Mac's in great form as well. So you can see why.
Let me check the numbers. Still not up. Jimmy, do you have the numbers, bro? Generally, Doomben gives 40. Generally, no, 10 came in fourth. 6, 5, 2, and 10. 6, 5, 2, and 10. 6, 5, 2, and 10. 6, 5, 2, and 10, bro. 6, 5. 2 and 10. The 3 was in trouble. So the question was these two horses, which one will go through? That one was a little high up, didn't make it. This one went through, this second position, okay. 6 was okay. Favorite. The question was here whether 10 or 5. That's where it got through, okay? 6, 5. 3 got negotiated by 2. That's huge. And then the 10 got there. That's not a bad one, actually. It's on the 4th. Still did not get anything out of this, but that's okay. That's what we are dealing with. But here, what happened was we spoke about these two horses. So one was 3 high, and this was 1.5 down. And this one went through. 6, 5, 2, and 10. But anyway, we'll go to the next. If 6 has been scratched, so 6 is not there. Eleven, 2, 4, and 7. So here was the 10, okay, on a same distance. It was 3 up, did not do anything. 53. Now the 11 is the favorite, which is here. That's the right odd. So the next one in line, which is here, is a 57.5, but a drop more than this. It's a 56. Then comes 65, okay, 60.5, which is a 2.5, which is a 5-year-old building, 6-year-old building, which is that. Okay. This is higher. This is a 3.5, 1.2. Just 5. It's like looking for a thing in a haystack. So that's a 6-year-old mare. I was that's the one which is challenging highest. Like here, the 10 was challenging highest. Okay, and that was the lowest here. Now this is like that. It is challenging highest, but that's a 6-year-old mare. I don't know how much you can trust that thing to happen, but that's, I mean, at one point of time, I don't know how to believe a 6-year-old mare. This one was still okay, a 3-year-old filly, which was okay, but the bottom line is the understanding is this. This was high up. This was reasonable. Okay, now that thing actually won. The 6 won. I thought the 10 was the next, which did not happen. The 5 knocked out the 10. Why? Even after if that was a 5-year-old gilding, it was a drop, and that is where it was coming from. But that was stronger. This was getting into trouble. 58 got tackled with 2. this 58 got tackled with this 58 just because of the advantage. Okay, so now 7 is the horse to beat. Okay, 7 is the horse to beat. So that's that. But 11 is the right odd. Why? Because here here it was a question which one will go through, 10 or 5. But right now that thing is the favorite. Okay, so the odds are right. Now it fell into picture. So far this one was not into the odds. I went with it. I got burnt. That's how the game is. But that's where we are trying to improvise, learn, and do things. So that's the right odd. Now how it'll work? So that's a 56. So that's a 58.5. Now where it actually is making sense after that is on these two horses. Okay, one is like that, which is 2.5, and this is a 2. So I mean that's that one part of the story, and then there is this 10 which actually rhymes with the 7. So I kind of I don't know what that is, but 11 seems to be the right odd. 11 seems to be the right odd, and the 4, which is here at 60, is going to tackle somehow. So who is that? Can it be? That's the low, that's the high. Because if we look at the drop, that probably is the lowest drop on a 60. So that's there in the game. That's the high pressure. This is the low pressure. That's gate number 8. So probably the odds are right on 11 to 4. So that's not the thing. So 2 probably is an 58.5, which is going to be running neutral. That's going on performance. But the tactical advantage is here, which is a 60 with a huge amount of relaxation. The others are there, but like for this one, which is higher than that, all of them are kind of higher. But that's probably not the game. The 4 is here on the 3rd line, which means it is a good horse. And on the depreciation side, it is here, which means that it also has the tactical advantage. So that probably is the thing. So I think it is 1, 4 on the higher. Then there is going to be a low pressure. Then there is going to be a low pressure before it reaches 2 or 7. So that is where, this thing can come in. Or this thing can come in, maybe. That one is a 6-year-old mare. I don't know how that will work, but it is about these two horses. So we'll see how that works. I'm probably thinking 7 is on the 3rd line. 4 is the high. This is that. That's the high. If it works like that. So that's the high. The low. That's the high. Then there is going to be a low. The question is which low? There are so many. 6, this is 2.5, 6, 14, 15. This is a drift. So this is this. Maybe. So anyways, whatever will happen, this is probably on the third line before it reaches 7 or 2. That's what I think. So whatever low pressure is going to get through from here is going to be on the third line. It's probably third. 11 is the right odd. Then if it rises, it probably is not going to rise up here. It'll go with 60 with the lowest drop. That's the low pressure. We are at a midweek, so that probably is where it is. If that's the low, that's the high, then there is a low, which is somewhere hidden here. And then probably it'll go high up here to either 7 or 2. But 11 looks like the right odd. 6, 5, 2, 10. Yes, 6, 5, 2, 10. I won't get into it. But that's the right odd. Yeah. My thing, I mean, I went wrong here. Why I went wrong? Because that was a call that I had to take, whether the highest challenging one, which is definitely difficult. This is easier. So that happened. So 6. I was 6 and a 19 drop depreciation. Nice. So that was a 26. That worked. Here the 11. This is the 10 that I chose there. It is exactly the same. So we'll see how that works. There's a 56, 57. Yeah, this is a higher drop. This is a higher drop. This is the same drop at 59, 8. That's exactly where I am thinking that this one is probably on the third line. This one is probably on the third line. So now that is a 56, but that's that. Okay. That's a 56. And then there's this 6-year-old mare with a huge up in the class. Okay, so how many odds actually got through? The 6 went through, the 1 went through, 2. 2 of the odds came in. Two more to go, I think. 40% is what Doomben generally provides. Doomben is good, very standard.
Race number 3, so they're moving in. Third of our maiden heats. The first one in very good time by Hindley Hayes by more than 10 lengths in 1967, and the previous went to Invino Veritas in 1988, winning by 7.25. So there's been 2 gap jobs in the first 2 maiden heats. We'll see what happens here. The green light's being turned on. The favourite runs from box 7, James Fury. Ready to go. Race 3 and away. James Fury, midfield, Dylan.
Grand for Michael at $9, and Bernie's with the 7 Dream Thinker at $9 as well. So a bit of value in the selections from Michael and Bernie as we head now to Doomben before the 5th.
Hey, Michael's right. I like Castillo Grande as well, Merck. $9 and $2.90 as you outlined, number 10. But Mossimo was the favourite, $3.80. Rocket, steady at 6. If he was at his best, Rocket, he'd win this race, but still how he's going. His past 2 runs tomorrow, I think, have been good. But I'm moving shortly for the 5th today. First thing of the main body. This is the second division of the long distance benchmark system. It was for the previous division. The first division won by Galway Flyer. The straps one is a 4-year-old. He's not overly raced either by Pierre. That was his 9th start, and that was his 3rd win, back-to-back city victories. And the Wallace stable providing the favourite here with Mossimo. Ben Thompson running from a soft gate. Just win back on the 10. Broadcast. Yes. Thanks for that. Waverley has been vetted and cleared the rounds and lowered his mouth. Just put that to the course of patrons. Now Waverley was found to have some blood on his mouth, but it's been vetted and cleared to run. So they're moving up well for the 5th today. 11 Baltimore, $3.80, 2 Rockers, $6, 10 Castillo Grande, and chipping away now $8.50, 4 Trump Card and 7 Dream Thinker, even $9.50. That's not where they'll stay because most of these are in. Still a few to move up. Castillo Grande, they were folded a Brummer at the gates here last Saturday week, both were late scratchings. Already had to start. But the party begin with the last 2 to move up as Artful Girl goes in. Arizona dreaming about to move up. William Wongi to Castillo Grande to complete the 12-horse lineup. 2,060 metres ahead of them. So, Russell the favourite, but it's still only $4 the field. He's $3.90, Russell. And we're very close to a getaway, or she is, I should say. 4-year-old mare by Vanderboss having her 16th start today. Now they're all in. As Arizona Dreaming joins them. Starter Richardson picks up the button. The lights on, ready to break. Race 5 at Doomben. All set. Racing. Mossimo off the rails gate began quite well. Let's do it again. Began a little better. Rockill's rolling forward. So too was Waverley and Arizona Dreaming. Not too far away set after the start was Chillaxing. We're followed then by Trump Card in midfield. Then Castillo Grande. Getting back Empire of Art on the inside of Dream Thinker, William Wongi. An Artful Girl, they go back today and it settles in last position. Sweeping out of the straight, short of 1,600 left to run. Let's do it again, leads from Rocker, and Arizona Dreaming comes calling, up 3 wide. 2 away Waverley in 4th and Chillaxing 5th on the rail. 2 legs away Trump Card. The favourite Mossimo is dead set centre field on the fence inside of Castillo Grande. 2 to Empire of Art. On the outside of it was Dream Thinker with Artful Girl and William Wongi, the last pair. They head down the back straight now, 1,200 left to run. 10 lengths top end to tail on the pilot. It's now Rocker shows the way. From Arizona Dreaming in 2nd, racing 3rd, let's do it again. And Waverley is followed to the 4th, basically in a 1-out, 1-back position. Then came Chillaxing, Trump Card, Mossimo, Castillo Grande, Empire of Art. Well, that was Dream Thinker, Artful Girl, and the trailer was William Wongi. Speed only fair, don't change the running order, so obviously jockeys are content with pace and position. Short of 800 left to run. Rocker, 4th run back this campaign, heads down the side in front with Arizona Dreaming just peppering on the outside. Racing 3rd, let's do it again. Waverley was in 4th. They're followed then by Chillaxing on the inside of Trump Card, Castillo Grande. Marshall trying to wind it up. Mossimo 7th in the rail as the sprint goes on. Some of these in the back of the field now under pressure, including Dream Thinker trying to respond. Then Empire of Art sticking to the rail. Willie Wongi and Artful Girl a long task from last. In the straight though, Rock is in full flight and travelling strongly. From the outside, let's do it again. Then going Waverley. Possible is trying to thread a passage. Castillo Grant wide but Rock, yeah. Rock is in front of an absolute swarm of runners. And he's got a buffer on them as well. Chalaxi gets out lane. Rock is in front. Post coming up. Rock, yeah. Yes. Beat home Chalaxi. Empire of Art followed the rail home for third. Then Mossamore, Castillo, Grond and Dream Thinker. Followed by Trump Card, let's do it again. Arizona Dreaming. Waverley, Willie or Wongi. Apart from Bill Never a Threat today, back in last. Well, good to see that horse bounce back because he hasn't been performing at his best. But today, Michael Rod was pretty bullish about going to the front and stacking them up and sprinting them home, and that's exactly what he did. He's a big guy, Rocker, and he's got home by about an egg. Chalaxi was certainly taking ground off him in the drive to the line, but he's got the money for Jason Edwards, his trainer, based at Deegan. Michael Rod, the winning jockey, and Rocky's not overly raced. That was his 11th start today for his 4th win, a 5-year-old by El Rocker. Now we'll wait for these minor placings. Mossamore is prominent with Empire of Art and Dream Thinker out wide. I'll let the judge sort out 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Well, number 2, Rockyer, and Michael Rod's aboard that, $5.20 and $2.10. Number 5, Chillaxing, $5.20, and that photo for third. 2 minutes to Murray Bridge. Capalabar, race number 9. 4, Zapton Justice is the $2.50 favourite in from $3.90, with 7, Havens Joy, $3.10. 2, Final Shot, $3.20, and $9 for the next one in the market, which is 1, Icy Hot. And Zapton Justice is Anthony's on top selection. Ascot race 2, 5 minutes away. 4, Ballora Star.
2-5. 2-5-1. Mm-hmm. 11 on the 4th. 2, 5, 1 and 11. Maybe. Two, 5, 1 and 11. Okay. I think so. That's what the numbers are. Go to the next. 1350. Two, 3, 5, 8, 11, 12 all scratched. 2, 3, 5, 8, 11, 13 all scratched. 1, 10, 6, 4. Okay, so what's happening is this, that the one is the favorite. Okay, now if we look through the resistance, so the one is here at 37. All right, it is 3 steps up with the highest quant, which means it is a good horse. Okay, it's a good horse, but that thing comes at a cost. Okay, and the cost is this, that if these two both are 56.5, and that's that, then 4 has advantage. But the problem is this, that from 56.5 getting through with a neutral is difficult. That's the problem. Here the problem is it is very high. It is very high. These two are very high, and both of them are in a questionable thing. This thing might have advantage, but it will go through as a neutral from 56.5. That's a difficult proposition. This automatically is a difficult proposition. These two are getting into negatives. Then we are left with this. And then the lowest up in class is this, which is a 14, which is also pairing gate, these two horses. Okay. This one is a negative leverage, which means that it has done something very wild and it did not do anything right in its previous race. That's that part of the story. 6 comes with a fantastic resume and a low pressure, which is good. But it is also up, like from 56, 2.5, 53, just one. And this one is 2.5 drop. This one probably is not going to do anything. Or maybe because this is like 2. That's a 3.5. This is quite capable of handling all those situations. The 12 coming from 59 became 56. Drop. But the match is bad. All of them. All of them, the match is very bad. Starting from here, it's very bad. These two are difficult, which means they are the best horses. Okay, these two are difficult, which means they are the best horses. They're also like that. One is like that. Here is a 153, 67, 8. But that's doing very bad. This is exactly why that 6 did not work. Okay, that is dropping to 15, so that's probably a bad idea. 27, there is 37, 10 definitely is a good horse. Now 10 is from gate number 3, 57, which is going to run neutral. 7 is a 58 with a lot of advantage, which is drop. 55, this is also drop, same drop. Quant, that's basically quant. 2.29, not happening. 3.8, not happening. 7, 0, 0, 4, 6, 3, 1, 14, 12 is a bad idea. 14 and 12 is a 7. That will not happen. So the 1 with the low pressure. I think it is 7. 7. 7. 7. Outside it is the low. Knowledge is this 14. Somehow that thing is talking because they are all high up. So that's that. 12 drop. These two are staying. 10 is going negative at a 57. Then it is here, which is the lowest challenge to work out. 7. I mean, I don't know if that's that, but let's try. So that's the other one, 14. Then probably 3, which is here, and the 12 probably is the last. So 7, the low, this is a low, this is a high, this is going to be low. So 184, 183, 714. Let's see, it's a class 1. Let's 7, 14, 10, 12. 7, 14, 10. 14, 10, 12. This. Okay, so here is my take. All right, what is happening is this. So if we look through what's going on, so that 1 is the favorite. Okay, now what is happening with 1, and what is the structure of this race? So the 1 is rightly placed. Okay, the 1 ideally should be the favorite. Okay, why it should be the favorite? Because that has the highest challenge. So people generally, I mean, whoever has handicapped this, they think that 1 has more potential among the other horses, which has been given a promotion. So promotion is in like where the weight has been increased. Okay, so 1 is like that, it fits the bill. Okay, now what is happening? So if we look at the 1, so that's 3.5, which is very high. From 56.5 to becoming 60 is not a matter of joke. The quant is at 10. Okay, the quant is at 10, so that probably is a bad idea. The 4, which is there, is a 56.5, has the relaxation, but it is going to run as a neutral, which puts it into a trouble. Why? Because if from 56, I haven't seen neutrals getting through. Then it is here on the 7, which basically is a 58.5, no drop, nothing. Okay, and if we look at that, then the challenger, which is the lowest challenge, is this, which is a 53, which became a 54. So there's not much of a challenge here. Okay, that's that part of the story. And then what happens is the 9 is not in a form line, and the 10 is definitely a good horse. Okay, that's going negative. So which is good. So what I think is, this is where the race is, how it is going to get placed, because these horses are questionable. we'll see how that works. That's entirely my personal way of looking at it. 6 I am very scared of, because that's the low pressure lowest, and it's a beautiful resume. So if for some disaster, if the 10 wins, which is it possible? It is possible. Why? Because that's a very good horse. Okay, it may not have the form line, but that's a very good horse. Okay, so if the 10 wins for some reason, if the advantages do not work, and I mean the horse is actually capable of pulling it through, if the 10 wins, then probably nothing else will work. It will fall on 6 as a low pressure. So that's probably, I mean, this is how generally we have played for a long time, that there's a high pressure, then there's a low pressure. This is how we have played for a long time. But we're constantly trying to look beyond that, and the reasons are very evident, because in the major tracks we do get issues which are something that I can't explain. So anyway, we'll see how that works. I think it is here somehow. That's what my gut feeling is. It is here. 7, 14, 10, 12, I think. Let's see. Number 12, Breeze, welcome back. Number 12 is probably on the 4th line, bro. I think it is on the 4th line. I think 7 is the one to work. Then the lowest challenge, which is on 14. Then the best horse, which is going negative. Then the drop-in class. That's what I think. The drop-in class is not doing anything. I mean, that's and that's the problem. That is where the arithmetic is wrong. I mean, that is where the confusion is. You see, these 3 horses, all right? This is where the problem is. So that's a 2.5, that's a 3, that's a 3.5. This is lower than that, which means they are chasing a horse which is much higher in class with performance, which is okay. That is how it is supposed to be, but that's the tactical problem. So if this is a 3.5, that's a drop of 2.5. This is a 3, it is still a drop of 2.5. This is a 2.5, that's a 2.5. But that's a 56 where it is coming from, and it's a 59 where it is coming from. That's the drop. Well, that's more or less what I think. We always raise down for win. Yes, that's something that you told me, and I completely remember that. We kept discussing that the other day, Breeze. I completely remember that you said that, and you kind of do that. But the point is, how do we know what is going on? Okay, how do we know what is going on? So Breeze, here is a thing called the leverage. Okay, you're a trainer, you have horses, so the leverage basically is the cycle. Okay, so how we are getting it, it's a long story. I can show you. So we are taking about last 5-6 races on each and every horse. So this basically is the promotion, okay, and it is based on which weight. and ups and downs. So it is here. I will show you. No. That's not where it is. It is here. Yes. So this is what the state defined for benchmark 78, and this is what is the class defined, whatever is the lowest weight carried in this particular race. So like the lowest is 54. So we are putting it as a class here. That's the lowest class which is here, and then this entire section up till here, okay, up till this CAD, it is calculating the cycles. Okay, so basically what I have taken a long route into this, it basically just to ensure that the numbers are right. So even if you downplay, let's say you downplay, so how we will know that you're downplaying? We will know you're downplaying if you are not up in the leverage model. I mean, we'll know that if you are up here like this on a 59, your leverage is high, but you are downplaying, then it is contradicting what you have done and what is genuine. So the 14 is a negative leverage, which means it is actually a horse which is like that. Okay, where is that 59? So this one is at 2, which also means that it is not very good. Okay, it is a genuine drop. And these horses which you see on the leverage, these are like, you see, all of them are in the right position. All of them are in the right position. They're not lying. That's the highest leverage on this horse on 57. So that's the best horse. You can't deny that. Then those are the right figures. Market is saying this one, which is the highest in promotion. This is the highest up. Okay. Then you have the form line and all that thing is in place, which is there. But these two are coming from 56. Okay. Now this is the game. What is happening is, if you look at these two horses, they are very good performers in 56.5. But if that happens, then that happens. We know what they are. But the gap is here, where a 58 is staying at 58. And the problem is the match. Okay. So the match is the problem. So that's what I think is going on. That's why I said that 12 is probably on the 4th line, because it is with a very bad leverage. And this one is a negative leverage. Now, what is a negative leverage? Basically is this, that somewhere it has played something foul. Okay. Somewhere it is gone very bad. So it is actually very bad. The 14 is actually very bad. If you look at the match, I mean, all these horses, they do not match. There is nothing. The match is up here. But that's what the take is. Yeah, of course. I mean, I know you, it's Breeze. I keep talking to trainers. You are one of them. And I'm very happy that you are here, and I keep asking you questions. But everything that happens, you can't downplay, because the leverage is No, the leverage is how do I know that you are downplaying? All right, we can't identify that. We can't identify that, Breeze. The problem is when you contradict. So when are you contradicting? Let's say you downplay with this horse. That's when I know that you are misleading. But these are genuine downplay. These are genuine. When you are downplaying a horse like this with a leverage, let's say this horse, do we have a scene like that? Let's see. Like the 5, okay? Downplayed. The 5 got into. This one downplayed. That was the leverage. That's the contradiction. That's the contradiction. This is the leverage. These are genuine down. These are genuinely down. Okay? These are genuine downs. But when you downplay this, the 5, that's the contradiction. You downplayed here, but it is showing the leverage on a 60. No, bro, Breeze, I'm learning every day. It is like this, that it's not one dimensional. You know that. It is not just a one dimensional thing. It has the trainers are playing, the bookies are playing, the punters are playing, market is saying something. Race 6 has been closed, man. That we were talking.
Hidden Future, then Wexford Miss and Cherokee drops out to be last of the 8. 900 left to run. Navy Nina and Some Style, the favourites, pair off in front. Lag on Navy Nina in Some Style. Beach Gallant's forced to race 3 Nimmer and War is Brutal. And Canara's getting that gun run over on the rail, actually following Navy Nina. 2 to Hidden Future, a length away Wexford Miss, and 1 away Cherokee last, but no more than 5 off the lead as they travel by the 600 metres. The first split comfortable 45 and 5. Navy Nina comes to the turn narrowly in front, but Some Style is going with it. They're matching their motors. Canara third, just sweating on a run. Then came War is Brutal, pull to the outside into the straight, 300 left to run. Navy Nina and Some Style poked ahead in front, going better than Navy Nina. Wexford Miss looking for a run. Canara joining in, and from last, here's Cherokee sweeping home strongly, and it's all over Red Rover. Cherokee, that all Canara comes after it. Gately now, Cherokee in front. Cherokee
7.
Big Canara, Hidden Future flew for third.
7.
Traffic issues in the straight ran fourth. Navy Nina was a very disappointing run. So was Some Style. They gave up. War is Brutal also performed below expectations.
Missed it.
With Peach Gallant towards the tail in 120 and 66. Last to first for Cherokee. Taylor Marshall for Jim Mason. In a race not really run to suit the back markers. The tempo was only fair. But she sprinted impressively between the 400 and the 200. Made up many lengths, descended on the leaders. Swept by them. That was the end of the section. She scores her second race win.
7, 6, 9, 12. 7, 6,
Another minor placing for
9,
Hidden Future was good in
12.
Wexford Miss. I noticed in the early part of the straight was looking for a run, angling for a run, and couldn't get one. So maybe a little hard luck story there, but not so with the favourite.
Yes, a 7, 6, 9, 12 is a genuine drop. 12 was a genuine drop. But still, you see that The 14 was a negative leverage, which is basically is like this, that this thing probably is a very bad idea. But the 7 went through 7 6, so it happened here 7 6, so 1 was not there, so 2.5, which actually went 7 6, then 9 which was 2, 55, 2, and then 12 was in the fourth line, bro. 12 was in the fourth line, but that happened. We have another class 1. Let's see what happens here. One, 2, 9, 10, 13. 1, 2, 9, 10, 13. All scratched. Five, 6, 4, 11. You see, that's a fake drop, okay? That's a fake drop. This thing has the leverage, but here it is a drop. Same as with 11. So that's a drop. That's the leverage. So this is where it gets complicated. So that's the fake drop. Both of them are fake drops. It's probably not happening. This is there, 1.5, and then the 4, which is here at 56, 56.513. So Should be 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 11. 5 is there. It's 48. Let's see how that 3 should work. 3W, I think. Okay, so 5 is the favorite, which is good. 6 is the other one, which is also good. These two horses, I mean, 11 is the other one, which is also good. But where it collides is basically, this is a 56, okay, 56, 1.5 becomes 57.5, the 4 with a lower challenge with that, okay, 56.5. So probably 4 has advantage over 5, but 3 has advantage over 4. Now the question is how the 6 is going to play. The 6 is going to play why? Because the problem is this, that the 3 is in the right position. 3 should be able to nail it. But the problem also is this, that the form line is kind of a little questionable. Okay, the form line is a little questionable. And also the problem is this, that whenever they are up here, this is something that I still haven't figured out why, but whenever the drift is up here, they tend to fail. Okay, they fail. So that's that part of the story. Now here what happened, why the 7 won, is because of what the structure is. This thing, the 4 was not in a position to win as a neutral, though it had more advantage over the 1, but as a neutral from 56.5, that's a very difficult proposition to win as a neutral. The 1 was anyway up 3.5, so that probably was a bad idea. And this one was the lowest, but what I missed out on looking was it also had a negative leverage. So yes, that's where that thing came in, the drop in class, because that's the maths. How will you so the 9 came in before 12, correct? The 9 came in before 12. 7, 6, 9, and 12. So the 7, then the 6, then the 9, which is here at 2. This was a low pressure. Then it went on a high pressure with this guy and the 12. So where it collided was basically with this. These two were not game. Here, that's the same thing. Okay, this is the same thing, but the question is the form line. Also, I will also able to figure out if it fails from here. So my suggestion is the 3 is a very dicey one. Okay, the 3 is good. Through the thing, the 3 should get there. With a low pressure, it should get there. But what might go wrong is this, that whenever the drift is up here, so there's something that collides. I don't know what, whether it is the the track balance, or it is the pressure line, or it is what that collides, that the 3 fails from here. But the best chances are on 3. We'll see how that works. No. I for the last one, I was pretty much about to go with 7. The 6 was something that I was scared of because of that low pressure. I was thinking, when will be the high pressure come in and where will it come in? Okay, so these two were in difficulty because of this did not having form line. This is too much of a challenge. So I thought that it will be 7, then 14. But then I looked at it, and then that negative leverage comes up. Okay, that negative leverage comes up. So here we had what? So the 7 was up here, which is a drift, okay? And here again the 3, which is the drift, which is up here. So we'll see if the drift wins. So it is after the linears, it is the drift always. So that's what I think, the 3. But there's a questionable form line, and they often fail from there, especially with higher grades like class 1 and benchmark 70 and up. They fail from here. So we'll see, but the 3 is good. The 3 is good. I think 3 is good. 3. Then the 6 is going to play 6, 7. If that happens, then both of the low pressures will come in. If that happens, then both of the low pressures will come in. Then it is 3, 6, then 4, and then 5. In that case, the 5 is in the 4th position. If the 6 gets in. Adaman, welcome back. 356. Come on, Adaman. It's a Wednesday. I've been doing my level best to stay out of trouble. But Breeze, I mean, after talking to you, we discussed that, you know, how the trainers downplay. And but you know, the thing with what we do, I believe so. The 3 wins, I believe so. The problem is the form line, bro. That's all the problem is. I think the 3 has a fair chance. It'll go through. It's either 3 then 4, or it is 3 then 6. Where is the problem? The problem is this is a 56, this is a 57 with a better, I mean, form line with a lot of relaxation. So it could be 3, 6, then hitting to 5. But before going to 5, the 4 is going to talk. The only problem is this, that probably through the match the 5 will go. So 3, 2, 5. Maybe the 4 is in a bad state today. Maybe the 4 is going to, even with the thing, because of how it is laid and because of the 6, the 4 is going to get knocked out. That's what I think. Maybe both of them has the same leverage. All right. Now from this leverage, this is 1 point high. This is a little low. What's the upside of 3? The upside of the 3 is it's a 58. Look at that advantage on that 58. It's a 0 which is moving in. From 58, it's a drop, but still staying at a 58, which is the highest through the DICR with a low pressure. So everything is in favor of 3. Everything is higher DICR, lower pressure. 58, that has probably no resistance through the depreciation. It is that is the first one to start with here. Okay, on the negative line. So that's on a higher side. This is on a higher side. And this is on a lower side. It could be 11 and 3 as well, with a little low and a high pressure. That is also possible. But I think 5 has lower struggle. 5 will get in, and if the 6 doesn't knock out the 4, which is quite possible, if the 6 knockouts the 4, because that 6 is on a leverage, I mean on a relaxed way. This one is getting stressed, and this one is anyway the horse to beat. Six is a color low, just about anyway. EW3, man, that thing is a very risky one. You know, this 3, why, I'll tell you why the 3 is risky, because that monkey fails from here, and it'll fail you when you need it the most. Okay, this is where it fails you. This should not be up here. If it was anywhere down here, you know, that would have been better. But whenever it is up here, I go very nervous with this horse, because I don't know why this guy fails from here. Yeah, possible. That's 3-6 possible. 3-6. 5 is on the other side. 4 could be in trouble. 4 could be in trouble. 3-6 possible.
Who likes one? Beauty Bonkers on top.
Today's racing brought to you by Tab's Venue Mode. Get more value when you're in venue or on the Tab app. What's gambling really costing?
It's a ceramic timeless, debt-free Australian owned 24/7 online access and sign-up bonus. Since 1959, 80,000 Australians have moved into a new Dixon home, offering over 1,500 designs for granny flats, duplex, secondary dwelling, single and two-storey homes based on 100 award-winning designs. Schedulers, supervisors and existing subcontractors. Average tenure over 10 years. Third-party quality certified, great payment terms. Visit dixonhomes.com.au.
At the boxes now, Bendigo.
Tab, we're open Saturdays at your local because every Saturday it's Tab time. Grab your maiden and head down to the nearest Tab for an
I mean, for me, at times it becomes very difficult to believe that all the low pressure horses will go through. You know, that's one of the dilemma that I have, that all the low pressure horses will go through, and you know, the high pressure horses will never get a chance. But it looks like that. I mean, midweek races. What midweek races? We have seen that at Randwick also. These horses are not just getting through. Last Saturday, man, that was a disaster. Just the two. I don't remember the name of that horse, but that went through with the high pressure. That's all that happened. That's all that happened. They're making it very difficult in Australia for good horses to win. They're making it very difficult. They're mixing classes. They're mixing, you know. Then people like Breeze are there who are downplaying. Then there is a market manipulation. Then there is God knows what all is there. Everything is upside down. We don't know half of the things that are the reasons.
7 Arbitrary Stripe is the $1.60 favourite here in from $2.70. 4 is Bogan Whiskey at $3.10 from $4.20. And Midnight Hazards only went under double figures, 12 in the $9. Arbitrary Stripe, the $1.60 favourite here. Graham Pickering looking for an early double. It's my tip and the dog's tip. And race 5 kicks off the quadding in 5 minutes.
Well, speaking of selections, both Michael Maxworthy and Bernie have with 3 Puff and Harry here for race number 7 at Doomben. They're behind the barrier.
It's been the medium of good support, Puff and Harry, so they might be on the right trend there. But also, since we last spoke, Rewrite, the price has collapsed. It's down to $1.90. Can you believe it? $2.60 down to $1.90. So this has been an interesting betting race. In the last 5 to 10 minutes, all the money's come from Rewrite. And it's now red figures on $10.
Yeah.
In from 260. Well, it's made it 1,000 metres 2 runs ago at Eagle Farm. I thought they had every possible behind St Albans 2 weeks ago at the same track. That was 1,200 going to 1,350 today.
Australia is becoming very difficult.
Puff and Harry definitely
Stretch.
for this first up.
Australia is becoming very difficult. They're mixing classes. They're doing everything. They're doing everything that is possible.
Soft lane at 550. And the softest of the quartet is Kadeski, who's coming out of a weak maiden who beat Saturday's girl. Well, she failed earlier in the day. They're steering clear of Kadeski out to $6, and Nobody Sinatra started at single figures out to 13. So the market, I think, is fairly self-explanatory here. They want to be with the favourite, number 5. And duo Duomo, and they can get to 650 as they start to move in. Running 1350. Puffin Harry, he hasn't run since late October of last year. Luke Dempsey riding for Lockwood and Vincent. But there's a money trail there. But there's a bigger money trail with the favourite Rewrite in the famous family, Freeman family colours. Jace McMurray riding for Michael Freeman. Michael won the first race today with Basilius. Now Puffin Harry moves in. That leaves Black Assassin and the heavily
We'll figure out Breeze. How's Harry?
Third leg of the quaddie.
That's a very dicey horse at a dicey place.
3 Puffin Harry, 460. 6 Kadeski at 6 and 4 Duomo, 650. Black Assassin joins them. They're all in now and ready to go. Starter turns on the red light. Racing. Coming away well at the start was the favourite Rewrite. Duomo's got early speed. Kadeski was nicely away. Fourth on settling down was Startling Cat, and then came Puffin Harry. He's pushing through to be about fifth in the first call. Then Sinatra, followed by Black Assassin, Summation and Pending List. Pending List is last of all. Sheer Gold took Duomo to the lead. Racing second Rewrite, happy to take cover. Followed by Kadeski, who's over on the inside. There's one outside that pair. It might be the roughly Startling Cat. Puffin Harry fifth one off the fence. Black Assassin deep. Sinatra lying seventh on the rail. Then a gap of 2.5 lengths to Summation and 2.5 away last.
Few wide back cover.
Duomo holds pride of place with 600 left to run. He's been controlling the speed and he runs the first 750 metres in 46 and 1. Rewrite second, the outside of Kadeski third to fence. Startling Cat gone. Sinatra pushing off the rail, and then Puffin Harry now being urged along by Dempsey. Summation, well back coming to the turn. Black Assassin and impending list. In the straight by the 300 metres of Duomo. Fleet of foot currently. Rewriters knuckling down to the task. Kadeski trying harder. Puffin Harry next. Summation's running on. It's still Duomo in front with 100 metres left to go. He's got a break. Summation is bursting home, then Rewrite, but it's Duomo in front. He needs the post. He'll get it. Duomo
Four.
Beat either Rewrite or Summation. Nice run it. Then came Kadeski or Puffin Harry, followed by Pending List.
Four.
Sinatra, Startling Cat, and Black Assassin whipped them in race 7. Good odds that horse Duomo, number 4, Scott Sheargold for Jay Bellamy. Got out to around the 650 mark. His last 2 runs have been good. He deserved the breakthrough today, and Sheargold was happy to go to the front. He sized up the situation, dictated the terms, and has gone to the line well. Number 4, Duomo.
And for Duomo, 680, 140, Scott Sheargold. The photo between 5 Rewrite, 130, and 7 Summation, 520.
Yeah, 4.
Before race 7.
At the gates for race 7. New favourite here is Reign of 9, number 12. It's been well tried, $4.60 down to $4. So it's
I don't know the numbers, what happened, but the 4 went through, okay? 4 went through. 4, then I think I also saw the 11 going through. But it is very small, I can't make out what happened. Jimmy, do you have any idea? So that 3, the 3 will disappoint you. This horse, okay? This is what I was trying to explain. What happens with this horse is whenever it goes up in the class, okay? Whenever it goes up in the class and it is within the BL, this particular channel, whenever it is up in the BL, that becomes a problem for this guy. I don't know why. But 4 was right. You're right, but this is what I still haven't figured out what goes wrong with this guy here. What is wrong with him? Whenever he is up here, if it is a class 1 or anything above benchmark 70, this guy will fail from here. And that's something that has happened. I mean, we have discussed this numerous times. I always stayed out whenever this is favorite on a class 1 or anything above benchmark 70. Whenever it is up here, I always stayed out of this horse. Always. But today, I mean, since we're doing it in a different way, it looks like that. So we kind of got knocked out there. That has to be looked at. 4, 5, 7, and 3. 4, 5, 7, and 3. So what happened? 4, 5, 7. 53, low. 4, 5, 7, and then the 3 monkey. We'll go to the last one today, 1200 meters. One, 9, 10, 13 all scratched. 1, 9, 10, 13 all scratched. 12, 5, 3, 6. So this is what happened here. Okay, this is what happened here. So you see that's 3.5, 3.5, all that is that. So here the 3 is 4.5, the 12 is 2, okay, which is the favorite at a 56. Good horse, definitely. But then this is a 59, which is from gate number 7. The leverage is low. But here the 7 stands. This is 2 steps up. This is 1.5 step down. This is half step down, 59.58, which is also good. The advantage is strong. The advantage is strong. Whereas 60, they're downplaying. That's a 20. All right, 22. 60.5, that's 22. This, the leverage is strong. This is okay. 55, 22. Depreciation is here, 7. It is between these 2 horses, I think. Now, the 60.5. This is a 60. Look at the leverage. So the leverage is real. This one is falling down 12, 55, 59. So this is the lowest challenging. Okay, this is the lowest challenging horse at a 59, and then the 59.5, which has the same advantage as this one. Okay, this is challenging. This is a drop. This one is talking to this one. This one probably is up. 7, 7. And then where it is, 2, 8. Here. Which is at a 60 staying. No leverage. But a monkey of the highest order. So it's like 7, 8, 6, and 2. But how? 7. Alright. That's a 6-year-old gilding. There's a 4-year-old gilding, so it'll rise. 7, 6, 4. Can it knock out 17, 12 on a 59? That is still high. 17 is still high. 7, 8, 6, 2. 7 probably. Let's see how that works. 7. So what's happening is this is 4.5 up, this is 2.5 up, these two are here with this is 1.5, right, matches with both of them. Then the lowest is here, okay, the 6. That's the lowest challenge on this horse on a 59. Now this is a 12, and then here the drop is also a 12. We have a few 17 here, but they are lower weights, okay. Then the 19 is here, okay. So now the way things I assume will be again a low pressure. Probably. No, here it was a high pressure. This was a googly. This was a googly. So they are the two high pressure, all right, 3 and 12. These are the two high pressure horses here. Then the 5 is the other one, but that's a 54. This is a 56. This is going wrong. This is like that. 49, 12, 1, 3, 4. Yeah, that's high. Those are very high. The thing is here. Which one will deliver is... This is there on the third line, probably 7. So, I mean, gate number 7, I think it is 7, 8. It's still high, but a 6-year-old. This is challenging 0.5, which is a 4-year-old. This is 12. This is 17 on a 59. So that's still higher. The thing is also higher. We'll see how that works. I like the 7. Let's see how that works. Jimmy. This was a nightmare. I mean, it's all about where the thing is. These two gets beaten by 7, definitely. All right, these two get beaten by 7. The question is, can the 8 beat the 7? The question is, can the 8 beat the 7? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. That's good. The 7 is good. The 3 and the 12 will get beaten. This is not a match for a 60 with that leverage. That's not a match. The 8 probably is not going to beat the 7, but the 8 is also there in the game. The 6 is on the third line, probably with that. And with Maloney, he is not doing great today, somehow. Country 6684 is my benchmark. I can see 4, 5, 7, and 3. 4, 5, 7, and 3. Yes. But Breeze, if you pressure train your horse and plan them rightly, if you pressure train your horses and if you plan them rightly, you will have a lot of advantage. But they have to be pressure trained. They have to be pressure trained. So, I mean, what I have seen is this, that when the horse has gone into a very high leverage, all right, this means that the horse is fantastic, all right. The horse is fantastic when the horse has gone to a very high leverage. But that leverage comes from a bench from 55. This one is a 56, which is coming, and that's how it goes into a negative. Why? Because you might have a leverage in your own class, but this is not your class. If everything was 55, still you will struggle because you've gone negative on the resistance level. And why that resistance is happening is because it is coming from gate number 12. at a distance of 1200 meter with 37 as a high pressure. But if this horse is trained and the jockey is aware of how to ride this horse, then there is no looking back for that horse. Pressure training, yes, Breeze. You can pressure train your horses. We have spoken about these things too many times here, Breeze, on this channel. You can pressure train your horses. I mean, see, the problem is this, Breeze, that, you know, as a trainer, you are very emotional about your horses. And you do a fantastic job. You know, nobody can match what a trainer does. Nobody can match. We are just keyboard warriors, bro. We are just keyboard warriors. But the point is this, Breeze, you know, you being emotional is one way of getting results. But when you pressure train the horses, I mean, you know, when the horse wins in a race, automatically the pressure is going to be talking. So if you look at the highest pressure line, that's the highest pressure line. All right, that's the pressure line. Now they are competing with the low pressure horses. Okay, that's high pressure horses. Those are high pressure horses. Up till here, these are these are the top three high pressure horses. Why they have been winning? Look at their gate speed. Look at their performance. Look at what happened. But when that happens, they also need to be trained on the pressure. They also need to be trained on the pressure. What generally happens is this, that, you know, once you are emotional about them, then you are looking at it from a parent point of view. You become a parent. But when you look at it from an analyst point of view, when you're doing the numbers and when you're looking at the numbers, then you know that this horse is on a higher pressure, okay, which is going to come from gate number 12. This thing needs training, both on pressure and gate, and then the jock needs to be told how this thing needs to be ridden. If all those three things are in place, then a high pressure horse is very, very difficult to beat. That is fantastic. And when you become a trainer, please hire me. When you become a trainer, please hire me. I will help you. I will assist you, not help you. I can only assist you. Two, 3, 6, 11 for top. That's fabulous. 2, 3, 6, 11. Yes, Jimmy will also mark the stalls. Come on, Jimmy. That is good, Breeze. You should be detailed. Detailing, 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 and detailing. Till the time you find the right answers, keep detailing. That's all. That is the right thing to do, detailing. the more you do detailing, and this is the result, bro. This is the result. Right now, you will not believe. I think I've got about 50 columns out here. I've got on screen about 50. I've got about 1,000 behind the hidden columns. And I've got, I think, another few thousands at the server level. So there's every possible thing, I don't know what else to measure. I don't know what else. Yeah, I know, I have, what I think Breeze, as a trainer, whatever you do, that thing is yours, bro. Nobody can take it from you. I mean, the kind of hard work that goes into it is enormous. Nothing can be compared to it. And then you get attached to it. Yeah, right, Jimmy, right. They are like that. But what is happening at the same time is this, that I mean, this is just my own views, that with every day that we race, things are getting complicated. With every day, things are getting complicated. This was not the thing 20 years ago. This was not the thing. I mean, I've raced all my life. I know I have been on this ever since my childhood. I've seen my dad, my uncles have been doing this. So I've been on this forever, I think. But the point is this, that it is not the same what it used to be. It is not the same. Things have changed. How? Where? I don't know. But things have changed. At one point of time, it used to be performance. Yeah, that brings me to this, Breeze. Good that you picked up that topic. Breeze, why do they put a rug on the horse at the gates? What is the reason for that? I mean, all of a sudden there's a rug on a horse at the gates. Why? Good that you put up picked up that topic of the rugs. Why does that happen? Why do they put a rug on a horse at the gates? Nowhere else but at the gates. Barrier blanket, it calms them apparently. Okay. I mean, that's the explanation that I've heard before as well. Even PC spoke about the same thing. PC also said the same thing, that they need to be calmed down. That's why they use the blanket. Like a thunder. Yeah, it's not always, but they do it. And I don't know how to understand that. I mean, how to unwrap that. Why put a blanket on a horse at the gates? Why? And what does it do at the results? I've been giving some powder to a horse for nerves, and she's been very good. I will not get into the details of that powder part. Now, Jimmy. You think so? Supplement? Come on, Jimmy. It's legal for the horses, I'm sure. I know. I get the point. I think it's legal for the horses. I think it's legal for the horses. So back in the days, they used to do snuff. Back in the days, they had snuff. They used to give the horses snuff. Yes, Jimmy, good idea. Whenever the track talk. Yep. All right, we're up. Let's see what happens.
Takes off now, 3 lengths in front. Bizarro Boy chases hard and then looks Sweet Embrace, but it's all Hayden skipped. He wins again. Beating home Bizarro Boy, Sweet Embrace. Behind them was Unique Ability and the Lucky Star. A gap to Elite Energy, and then came Little Starsky and Gold Star Chanel at around 19.50.
Well, those numbers are 582 at the queue, and Hayden's gift at $121. 8 Bizarro Boy and 2 Sweet Embrace for third. We've had the Murray Bridge before race number 8.
Favourite here is 2 Francis Boy, the veteran. He's at $3.60, continues to race well though. Ahead of the herd, number 5 is at $4.20. It's in front $4.40. Got to be expected a little bit. Number 5, 4 Robin to Push, $7.50, and 10 Rubini. This is my selection. Gets the blinkers on today, which I think might spark this horse an improved run. It's been out of form its last 3 or 4, but I've seen her run some good races at Malvernville in the past. And it gets a dry track, gets the blinkers on at $9. I think he's worth a play each way. Race number 8, the favourite for this second last event is Francis Boy, but I'm with Rubini. Race 8, they're about to head out.
They're behind the barrier now, Doomben for race 8.
Last of the day, St Alban is the favourite, and a well-backed favourite. There's no gamble with him. $2.15 now on tab, so he's getting right down to nearly the $2 mark. Hayoka firm at $5. I'm expecting it to run a good race first up, Hayoka. Should roll forward, be in the leading division. Goes well fresh. This looks a suitable race as well, but St Alban's got the race fitness and the race form and the good barrier. And Sutherland knows the horse well. No lead with Break Free. The stablemate of Hayoka out to $8.50. Keep Safe hitting double figures now at 10. And yes, Orietta, long odds in. Still a double figures, but obviously there's some interest there with it for sure and certain. Capital Heart goes up. We're getting close to a jump for the last today. Running 1,200 metres for the final event. Keep Safe coming up with Demetas. Demetas trained by Jay Bellamy. Jay prepared duo matter in the previous race for Scott Sheargull. Scott mentioning it was his first Metropolitan winner, so a good result there. Now the stablemates will complete the line. Matt Oyster plays a good hand here, certainly numbers-wise, with Hayoka, Break Free and Araletta. And they've all got chances too. Hayoka's the shortest of the market. It goes in with the white cap. Break Free, the last one up.
Dow's 15.
We're just about ready to see them jump in the last. St. Alban, the favourite, drawn the rails. Red light flashing. All set. Racing Brisbane. Demetas last out. St. Alban began quite well. There's speed outside of it. Keep Safe and Bulsara are going fast in the early stages, clearing the favourite. Not too far away was Oriente, and that bunch was Apollo 10. Capital Heart came out well, but couldn't find a spot, so was snick back. Hayoka goes up at its inside, a few lengths to Superhero. Then Demetas and Break Free is last. Down the side, short of Bulsara leads Keep Safe, Apollo 10, forced to do a tough 3 wide, even tougher Oriente, 4 wide, right out there in the cheap seats. In stark contrast, St. Alban is just cozily placed, 5th on the rail than Araletta. Capital Art going forward, wide with cover. Hayoka near the inside, actually behind St. Alban, as they become tightly bunched to the turn. Then Break Free, Superhero and Demetas. Into the home straight now, short of 400 left to run. Keep Safe tried to nick off by the 300 metres and showed the way. St. Alban's out if good enough. Then came Apollo 10 Oriente, and Capital Art is down the outside. Keep Safe in front. Capital Art is running on strongly. St. Alban is there in the centre. Keep Safe on tired legs. Capital Art reached the lead. Break Free flying. Capital Heart beat Break Free. St. Alban third had its chance, and 4th was Superhero. Then Keep Safe, followed by Hayoka, Oriente, Demetas, Araletta, Apollo 10, and Bulsara last over the line. Bit of a win that. Capital Heart, because it was never ever on the track.
15. Dow's.
I was in two minds whether to go back, but in the end, when she saw the quite a few horses in front with cover there, she decided to, well, she could get cover, and went forward in the cover flow, and then sprinted strongly. Keep Safe was on tired legs. Capital Heart went to it.
15-3.
And Break Free then dashed late.
Boom!
But when they hit the line, there'll be a margin there for Capital Heart. Number 15, Talia Fenton for Chris and Corey Muntz. Over Break Free, coming from near enough to last. It's run second. Number 3, Daniel Moore for Matt Hoisted. 12, third, St. Alban. Had his chance, Corey Sutherland for Kelly Schweiner. And 6 was 4th, Superhero. 15, 3, 12 and 6, the result in the last at Doomben.
Thank you, David, and for your help throughout the afternoon. And 15, Capital Heart.
15. Dow's 15. 56. 15-3. 15-3. 12 and 6. 12 and 6. The 7 did not get there, but 15. That was a brilliant one. This was here, okay? The 15 was here, not up there, and that was a brilliant one that you took. That was a brilliant one. But that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We had 8 races today here at Doomben. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat and try to solve the puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. And thank you, Breeze. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, that was a brilliant move. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend.